Good morning and welcome to the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreation Complex here in Ridgefield, Washington, where today it's the Northwest Nazarene Nighthawks against the St. Martin Saints. Danny Bach, pleasure to be with you today from Ridgefield, where Northwest Nazarene comes into today with a 7-game win streak. St. Martin's looking to turn things around after playing 2 games on Saturday. Both Northwest Nazarene wins, the first by a count of 12-0 before losing 16-1. Game 1 contest that saw Northwest Nazarene spring 10 runs to the plate in the 3rd inning of play. As we're set to get underway here in Ridgefield, and a look at the starting lineup for St. Martin's. Isaiah Mayfield Prieto gets the start for the Saints here today, as it's been a search for a pitching unit for St. Martin's, as they have gone through quite a few different starting pitchers to begin the campaign. For Isaiah Prieto Mayfield, to look at the statistics for him so far this season: 6 appearances for St. Martin's, paying homage to John F. Kennedy Catholic High School, hometown of Renton, where moments away from the start of St. Martin's and Northwest Nazarene. Last time out for Prieto Mayfield, only 1.2 innings pitched, giving up 7 hits and 12 runs in a loss to Montana State Billings. As we're set to go, Nin Burns II will lead off for Northwest Nazarene to begin this day. A few changes. Special thank you to those here at the Ridgefield Sports Complex, opening their doors for us as we're set for play. Mayfield Prieto with the opening delivery on Nin Burns II, outside for ball 1. But game 1 of this series, and Northwest Nazarene, a team well documented with their success across conference play, winning the regular season championship last year and also the GNAC title last season. Mayfield Prieto's pitch heads in for a strike. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. So here's the 1-1. Fastball down the middle for strike 2. One-two pitch on the way to Burns. Outside of the catching battery, Kelton Tom, the catcher, for game number 3 of the 4-game series. St. Martin's with a record 1-25 on the season, facing a Northwest Nazarene team 22-10 this year, 11-3 in GNAC play. They've been on a tear as of late. Delivery from Mayfield Prieto upstairs. Count runs full. So here's the payoff to Nin Burns II. Swing and a miss, and a strikeout for Isaiah Mayfield Prieto. So an early start with strikeout to begin things for St. Martin's. Next up, Gavin Brubaker. Brubaker on the year. Batting average as this pitch heads in for a strike. The book on Brubaker this season: .273 batting average. Pitch heads in for a strike. The 0-2 count on the way to Brubaker. Brubaker slashes one into left, and he's aboard with a base hit. 3 straight games with Brubaker making an impact, with 5 runs scored. 2 games that took place on Saturday. 3 in the first, 2 in the second. So Brubaker aboard, sets the stage. Caleb Karpstein. This one fouled. For Karpstein. Karpstein on the year, leading batter for Northwest Nazarene. Redshirt junior from Bend, Oregon. Oregon not too far away from here, only half an hour away. Here's the 1-0 on the way to Karpstein. Right-handed delivery in for a strike. That evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Northwest Nazarene, look at their campaign. Series sweep of Central Washington last weekend, including an 11-4 victory. Check swing from Karpstein. Count 2-1. 2-1 pitch on the way. Mayfield Prieto delivers outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. One out in top half of the first. Mayfield Prieto looking to get back into the count. The 3-1. Fouled, out of play. Count runs full. St. Martin's has gone through empty innings throughout the first 2 games of their series this weekend. Up the middle, grounded and snared, and Miyazaki can't play it. Runners on the corners. So a second hit. That puts runners on the corners for Northwest Nazarene. Here's Adrian Arachiga. If one out in the top half of the first, Arachiga takes strike 1. No 1 count. Mayfield Prieto stares catcher Kelton Tom. The 0-1 throw to first. Safe is Karpstein. Karpstein on first. Brubaker at third for Northwest Nazarene. Oh, 1 pitch, swing and a miss from Arachiga. Isaiah Mayfield Prieto looking for a second strikeout in the inning. So here comes the 0-2. Got him. Strike 3 called. And a second strikeout for Isaiah Mayfield Prieto. So here is Chris Enriquez. First pitch to Enriquez on the ground. It springs through. Scoring is Brubaker. And Northwest Nazarene leads 1-0. Karpstein advances to second. And NNU with a 1-0 lead in the first inning. So officially, Miyazaki recorded for an error. So here is Carson Burns off the first pitch. With 2 outs, courtesy of strikeouts from Isaiah Mayfield Prieto. He's on first and second, swing and a miss from Carson Burns. Count even at 1-1 strike. Casey Wayne on deck for Northwest Nazarene. A 1-1 to Burns. At the feet of Tom. 2-1 strike. So Enriquez, the RBI single that has put Northwest Nazarene in front. Strike down the middle on Burns. Two and two to Carson Burns. Foul tipped out of play. Count remains even at 2-2 strikes. Ledger joining us on this Monday morning. What better way to start a week? Enjoying GNAC play. So here's the 2-2 to Burns. Burns fouls one over everybody's head and out of play. Count remains even at 2-2 strikes. So here's the 2-2. Sixth pitch of the at-bat. Burns slashed into the corner and left, and out of play. For Burns, 3 hits on Saturday, scoring 2 runs, which included a double, 3 RBI in Game 2, which was a 16-1 win for Northwest Nazarene. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. Carson Burns that retires aside. Northwest Nazarene off 1 hit and 2 errors lead top half of the first by the count of 1-0. Welcome back. Bottom half of the first. Peter Hollabaugh. Lead off for St. Martin's. Starting pitcher for Northwest Nazarene, Cole Cownan. Cownan, so reliable for NNU. 5-0 record this season. His pitch ends upstairs. Jason Bell, the catcher for Northwest Nazarene. Calnan's delivery on the ground from Hollabaugh. Throw to first in time for the out. One down. In comes Hunter Sasaki. So Sasaki watches strike one from Cole Cownan. Struck straight towards Brubaker. The throw to first is in time for the out, and quickly, two gone. The bottom half of the first. Here's Alex Hartnett for St. Martin's. For offensive production, no better choice for St. Martin's than Alex Hartnett. He takes strike one. Batting average of .403 this season. Tops for Joey Swanson's side. He takes another strike. Quickly down 0-2. Outside. Count 1-2. Here in Ridgefield. 1-2 to Hartnett. Just outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hartnett looking to stay alive here. The 2-2 in the air to center. There to make the catch for Northwest Nazarene, Arachiga. That will retire the side. 3 up, 3 down. As we head to the second inning with Northwest Nazarene up 1-0. Start of the second inning here in Ridgefield. Northwest Nazarene for 1-0 lead. Off 1 hit and 2 errors. And here is Casey Wayne up to bat for NNU. First offering to Wayne, in for a strike. First time these two teams played. Story of Northwest Nazarene scoring 10 runs in the third. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike on Wayne. Game 2, a different story. Northwest Nazarene scoring 5 runs. First, this ball skips away from Kelton Tom. 2-1. Incredibly, all the scoring. Game 2. No home runs, as was the case in game number 1. Chopper foul from Wayne. Count even 2-2. Jason Bell on deck for Northwest Nazarene. The 2-2 to Casey Wayne. Wayne chased it, and a strikeout. The third of the morning for Isaiah Mayfield Prieto. So here's Jason Bell for Northwest Nazarene. Batting in the 8th spot for the Nighthawks. Mayfield Prieto gets the sign and dishes one wide and outside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. In the air to center and well hit. Back near the wall, and this one is gone. A home run for Jason Bell. Northwest Nazarene leads it 2-0. Nothing for Colin Bell to do but see Jason Bell go deep. And Northwest Nazarene extends their lead to 2-0. First home run of the series, courtesy of Jason Bell. Here's Carter Walsh. Walsh displays bunt, instead defers with the strike. Top of the order we have next with Nin Burns the second on deck for Northwest Nazarene. Second offering to Walsh, skipped and fouled in front of the St. Martin's dugout. Count 0-2. Here is the 0-2 pitch to Walsh. Fended away. By the second baseman, Walsh. So here's the 0-2 to Carter Walsh. Walsh skies one. Out of play. Beyond the first baseline. On to the soccer field. Here at the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreation Complex. 5th pitch of the at-bat. 0-2 on the way. Delivery from Mayfield Prieto and a strikeout, another one the fourth of the day. 2 gone. Top of the order with Nin Burns the second. First pitch to Nin Burns the second. In tight for ball 1. The 1-0. Great patience from Burns. From Covina, Washington, went to school at Texas Southern before heading back home to Washington, or Idaho rather. Popped up out of play. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. In game 1, Nin Burns the second had 2 runs off 2 hits. So here's the 2-1. Two-one offering from Mayfield Prieto to the senior. Got away from Tom. 3 balls and 1 strike with 2 gone. The top half of the second. So here's the 3-1 count. 3-1 offering, and Burns deep in the air to left, in foul territory, and caught. A lunging catch. Catch was made by Rylan Miyasaki to close out top half of the second. Northwest Nazarene does bring a run across thanks to the home run from Jason Bell. Nighthawks up 2-0. Back for start. Bottom half of the second. Batting cleanup, Evan Nickel. So the story on Nickel for St. Martin's. In game 1, this 4-game series, how about 3 hits, 3 at-bats in the first game? He does take strike 1 from Cole Calnan. Second offering. Nickel takes strike 2 promptly. So here's the 0-2. Offering wide and outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes for Evan Nickel for St. Martin's. Nickel battling back in the count, 2-2. Nickel did not record a hit in game 2, and he grounds out to first. Caleb Karpstein with the putout. So here's Kyle Shabbat. Third best batting average for St. Martin's, is yet to record a hit in this series. Did have a 3-hit game against Montana State Billings last week, recording a hit in all 4 games against the Jackets, second best team in the conference. Quickly takes strike 2. So here's the offering from Kalnin with the 0-2. Swung on and missed. And the first strikeout of the day for Cole Kalnin. The catcher, Kelton Tom, for St. Martin's. First pitch to Tom is in for a strike. The 0-1, outside 1-1. Tom, one at bat on Saturday. And on this occasion, he takes a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes here in game number 3. After not recording a hit and a strikeout of Kelton Tom. 2 strikeouts to close out top half of the second. 6 up, 6 down. We head to the third after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. Gavin Brubaker leads off to start the third for Northwest Nazarene. Brubaker reached on an error on the first. Brubaker slashes one fair and foul. Tough angle from here inside Ridgefield Sports Complex. Optically deceiving, you can say. fooled us. 150 feet away. So here's the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. As we try and gain a grip of our geography here, here's the 1-1 pitch in the dirt. 2-1 from Isaiah Mayfield Prieto. 1 hit recorded each inning for Northwest Nazarene. 2 errors in the first. A home run from Jason Bell. This evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Gavin Brubaker. So here is the 2-2. Brubaker, fair. Brubaker will dig for second. He'll have it easily, and he'll go for third. Gavin Brubaker in with a triple. Gavin Brubaker along the first base line. Able to cruise in to third. That brings on Caleb Karpstein for Northwest Nazarene, with Brubaker parked at third. Up the middle and caught. What a catch, Rylan Miyazaki. Off a line drive, Miyazaki makes the catch. So here's Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga, swing and a miss. Count 0-1. Here in Ridgefield. So here is the 0-1 on the way. Offering from Mayfield Prieto. Mayfield Prieto deals. It hit him. Arachiga advances. Chris Enriquez with runners on the corners for Northwest Nazarene. With 1 out, thanks to the catch from Miyazaki. First pitch to Enriquez, yet to come. Check on Arachiga. First offering to Enriquez. Runner goes. Throw to second. Not in time. And scoring for Northwest Nazarene, Gavin Brubaker. And Northwest Nazarene leads 3-0. So the steal from Arachiga, which advances Brubaker home. And the lead is extended to 3. 1 gone, top half of the third. And Enriquez painted outside, 2 balls and no strikes to Chris Enriquez. Enriquez watches one upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes to Enriquez. Here's the 3-0. Enriquez into right and fouled. 3-1. The 3-1 to Enriquez on the way. The 3-1. Enriquez checks his swing for good measure. He'll advance on the walk. Carson Burns into the batter's box for St. Martin's. And Mountain Visit brings us to a break in the action. Northwest Nazarene up 3-0 after this. Welcome back. Carson Burns. Runners on second and first. And Enriquez and Arachiga. Arachiga at second, Enriquez on first. The first offering from Mayfield Prieto is in the dirt. Both runners advance to third and second. So here's the 1-0. Offering to Burns. Swinging strike from Burns. Recorded 3 hits on Saturday. Here is the 1-1 offering. Burns takes a strike. 1-2. So the 1-2 to Carson Burns with 1 gone. Burns caught. Peter Hollabaugh able to make the catch. Off the liner. Straight to Hollabaugh. So here's Casey Wayne. Struck out in the second. Here's Mayfield Prieto. Swinging strike from Wayne. Count 0-1. Wayne, hometown of Phoenix, Arizona. A little bit of a different taste from Phoenix to Nampa in many levels. The 0-1 to Wayne, in for a strike. Northwest Nazarene has only recorded 1 hit in 3 innings, all even through the first Straight to the third. Mayfield Prieto looking to limit offensive production for Northwest Nazarene. This skips in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes for the Phoenix native in Wayne. So here's Mayfield Prieto. The pitch to Wayne. Fouled back. So again, the book on Wayne this season for Northwest Nazarene. An RBI in game number 1 between these two teams. Saw action sparingly against Central Washington. Mayfield Prieto in the windup. Wayne, grounder, snared. Miyazaki, the throw, dribbles to first. Safe is Wayne. After the throw from Miyazaki, the sequence unfolding, another run scores. Northwest Nazarene with a 4-0 lead. So Northwest Nazarene with 2 runs. Top half of the 4th with a 4-0 lead. Standing in Jason Bell, fresh off the home run. Runner goes. Safely there is Casey Wayne. Runners on 3rd and 2nd. With 2 out. Top half of the 3rd for Northwest Nazarene. With Enriquez at 3rd. And Wayne on 2nd for Northwest Nazarene. The 1-0 to Jason Bell. In the dirt. 2-0. From La Quinta, California. Jason Bell watches. Ball 3. Three and 0 to Jason Bell. On the ground. The throw to first is in time. Northwest Nazarene, off of 2 hits, bring 2 to the plate. They lead St. Martin's 4-0. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back here to Ridgefield. 4-0 lead. Colin Bell lead off to start bottom half of the third for St. Martin's. Saints in search of their first base runner. First pitch to Bell. Had it right out of the heap and takes a strike. Second offering outside. Kalman, 2 strikeouts to close out the second. One. Chopper played alertly by Carson Burns to throw to first in time for the out. Here is Cade Gibson. St. Martin's team do have a GNAC win in their pocket, a win against Central Washington. Pitch dished for a strike to Gibson from Cole Kalman. Another strike to Gibson. Kalman does have a complete game this season against Cal State Pueblo. Here is the 0-2 outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One, 2 offering outside, 2-2. Two dish outside. Full count. Full count for Gibson up the middle. What a catch by Kalman for the out at first. So Kalman escapes. Here's Rylan Miyazaki for St. Martin's. St. Martin's still in search of their first base runner. First pitch for a strike from Kalman. Swinging strike from Miyazaki. Down 0-2. Here is the 0-2. Attempted to chase Miyazaki, 1-2. The 1-2. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes for Cole Kalman. The 2-2. Full count. The payoff. Strike 3 called. Got Miyazaki looking as we head into the 4th. Northwest Nazarene leads it 4-0. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. Carter Walsh sets foot in the box for Northwest Nazarene. After a 2-run third inning, and it begins with Walsh towering one deep into left and fouled. Count 0-1. For Walsh on the season, he faces the 0-1 offering from Mayfield Prieto, and it's in for a strike. 4 strikeouts for Mayfield Prieto in this game. Upstairs, 1-2. Here is the 1-2. Muscled away to stay alive for Carter Walsh. Count remains at 1-2. The 1-2. Walsh drills it up the middle. This will fall for a hit. Walsh will stay at first. And Northwest Nazarene, courtesy of Walsh aboard with the base hit. So here's Nin Burns. Again, leading off for Northwest Nazarene. At the top of the order. Recorded 4 hits on Saturday. Check on Walsh. Strides back to first. But for Nin Burns the second, scored 2 runs each of the last 4 games he's played in. Another check on Walsh. Staying honest at first. And third try on the lurking Walsh from Mayfield Prieto. All while Nin Burns patiently awaits first pitch of the 4th. Throw to second. Not in time. Walsh with a stolen base. It's one of the susceptibilities when you have a speedster like that of Carter Walsh. So with Walsh at second, drilled by Burns, that will go for a base hit. Scoring is Walsh. And Northwest Nazarene has scored courtesy of Nin Burns the second. So Northwest Nazarene leads it 5-0. As we'll have a pitching change. We'll be back in a moment on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. Isaiah Mayfield Prieto able to go through 3 innings of play, allowing 5 hits. Or 6 hits on 5 runs. All of them earned. 1 walk and 4 strikeouts. And his day is done for game 1. New pitcher for St. Martin's, Luke Fulkerson. Wearing number 27 today, hard to see from your screen. Number of Wyatt Ishii for Fulkerson. Played high school ball at Tigard down in Oregon. So here's Gavin Brubaker. It begins with a swinging and a miss from Gavin Brubaker. With Nin Burns the second on first. Off the RBI single. Chopped in by Brubaker. The catch made by Sasaki. Nin Burns the second. Decided to advance, and he is out. So a double play. Caleb Karpstein. So a double play. So here's Caleb Karpstein. Base is empty. Karpstein fouls one back. Here is the 0-1 upstairs from Fulkerson. One ball and 1 strike to Caleb Karpstein. Fouled down the third baseline. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Karpstein leading batting average for Northwest Nazarene, .380 on the year. Chopper snared the throw to first in time for the out. That retires the side. Northwest Nazarene still leads it 5-0 after scoring 1 run in the top half of the 4th. Back in a moment. We commence the bottom half of the 4th. Here from Ridgefield. Northwest Nazarene, they're seeing a 5-run lead. Top of the order, Peter Hollabaugh. Begins things on the ground. Played by Brubaker, throw to first in time for the out. Hunter Sasaki trots in for St. Martin's. Again, St. Martin's yet to have a base runner today. Strike one dealt to Sasaki. Cole Cownan on the ground again. Throw to first in time from Brubaker. He has been busy here in the fourth. Back-to-back 6-3 putouts. Brings on Alex Hartnett. Hartnett takes strike one. Here is the 0-1. Check swing, strike two. The 0-2. Hartnett takes a ball, 1-2. Off-speed pitch from Kalman. The 1-2. Hartnett fouled it back. The 1-2 to Hartnett. In the air to right, this will fall for a base hit. Alex Hartnett is aboard for St. Martin's. So Hartnett aboard for St. Martin's. Here is Evan Nickel. First offering to Nickel. Taken for a strike. Here is the 0-1 offering from Kalman. Got away from Kalman. Jason Belay will limit the damage. Here is the 1-1. Slashed on the ground, another base hit. Evan Nickel aboard, runners on first and second with two out in the bottom half of the fourth. Here's Kyle Shabbat. Saints look to make some noise here in the bottom half of the fourth. First pitch to Shabbat, swing and a miss. The 0-1 to Shabbat. This stays fair. Throw to first from Jason Bell will retire the side. No runs off, 2 hits for the Saints as they trail 5-0. Back in a moment. We start the fifth. Adrian Arachiga lead off to start the fifth stanza for Northwest Nazarene. He shows bunt. Ball one dished by Luke Fulkerson. The 1-0. Slashed fouled by our Arachiga. Here is the 1-1. Bending into right. This will stay and descend foul. One that hung in the air and may have been catered by the wind. A wind that heads into right. May have influenced that play and taking a strikeout, Arachiga. So the first strikeout of the day for Luke Fulkerson. Chris Enriquez for NNU. Takes the first pitch strike from Fulkerson. Northwest Nazarene scored a run in every inning up to this point. Strike two to Enriquez. Northwest Nazarene. Enriquez on the ground. Throw to the first in time for the out of Enriquez. So here is Carson Burns for Northwest Nazarene with two gone. Here in the fifth, upstairs on the first pitch from Fulkerson. The 1-0. Check swing from Carson Burns. 2 balls and no strikes. Burns gets through for a base hit. Carson Burns is aboard for Northwest Nazarene. That sets the stage for Casey Wayne. With 2 outs, on first, Carson Burns. For Northwest Nazarene. On the ground, snared, the throw to first, in time for the out. Great throw from Peter Hollabaugh to retire the side. No runs, off 1 hit. Northwest Nazarene still leads it 5-0. Welcome back. As we see St. Martin's in the bottom half of the fifth. Here is Kelton Tom. Struck out his first appearance on the ground. Quickly played by Carson Burns for the out at first with Karpstein. Here is Colin Bell. So the book on Bell for SMU. 5 appearances at the plate, yet to record a hit against Northwest Nazarene. Did have a 3-hit game against Montana State Billings in the final game of their 4-game series last weekend. Here is the 0-1. Calnan's offering over the target. 1 ball, 1 strike. Watched for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bell. The 1-2 outside. 2-2 to Bell. Calnan delivers. Swing and a miss. Strikeout of Colin Bell. And the 4th strikeout for Cole Calnan today. Here is Cade Gibson for St. Martin's. Gibson takes strike 1. Calnan retired the first 10 batters he saw. Swing and a miss from Gibson. Quickly down 0-2. 0-2 offering. Wide and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 gone in the bottom half of the 5th. Gibson chased it straight to Calnan. Throw to first. Karpstein is there to close out the 5th. That will retire the side with Northwest Nazarene up 5-0 on St. Martin's. Back in a moment on the Saints Digital Network. Jason Bell leads off as we commence here in the 6th inning. First pitch in for a strike from Luke Fulkerson. Took over in the 4th on the ground from Bell. Throw to first in time for the out from Miyazaki, who has seen plenty of activity here today for St. Martin's. Carter Walsh, second to the plate for Northwest Nazarene here in what is still the afternoon here, or the morning rather, from Ridgefield. After the first pitch ball to Walsh. Second dealing gets away from Fulkerson. Quickly down 2 balls and no strikes. Top of the order on deck with Nin Burns the second. On the ground, quickly played for the out from Evan Nickel. Here is Nin Burns the second for Northwest Nazarene. Swing and a miss from Burns the second. Count 0-1. And for Nin Burns the second. Seen plate appearances. 1 for 3 today. In the air, deep to right. Over the shoulder catch made by Sasaki. That will retire the side. And Northwest Nazarene with a 5-0 lead as we head in to the middle frame. Back in a moment. Welcome back. Bottom half of the 6th. Here from Ridgefield. Northwest Nazarene with a 5-0 lead on St. Martin's. Here's Rylan Miyazaki for SMU. Facing a red-hot Cole Calnan, who has pitched stellarly here today. The first pitch strike on Miyazaki. So we start the 6th. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here is the 1-1. Dished for a strike from Calnan. So the 1-1 from Calnan popped up by Miyazaki. Jason Bell makes the catch for out number 1. Top of the order, here's Peter Hullabaugh for St. Martin's. Both hits for the Saints came in the 4th. Also, the only base runners for St. Martin's today, a long line drive deep into center. And making the catch in center field for Northwest Nazarene, Adriana Arachiga. So the fly out to Arachiga brings in Hunter Sasaki for St. Martin's. Sasaki watches ball 1. For Sasaki in the 2 games against Northwest Nazarene, 4 appearances to the plate. And Sasaki 0 for 6 this series. Looking to change that here. Takes a strike down 2-1. 70th pitch from Calnan, in for a strike. 2-2 with 2 down. Chased and pursued, another strikeout for Cole Calnan, which retires the side. Northwest Nazarene, 5-0 lead. So we head into the break, into the 7th, here on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back as we begin the 7th here from Ridgefield. Leading off for Northwest Nazarene, Gavin Brubaker. Brubaker had a triple in the 3rd. First pitch, a dribbler from Fulkerson. For ball 1, second offering, skips in the dirt. Quickly, 2 balls. 2-0 to Gavin Brubaker. 2-0 offering, in for a strike. Fulkerson took over for Isaiah Mayfield Prieto, earned the start today. Lasted 3 innings off 5 hits. Fouled out of play by Brubaker. So here comes the 2-2. Brubaker skipped one in the dirt and fouled. Count remains 2-2. Off the 2-2 in the dirt, full count. Fulkerson on the season, 7th appearance on the mound for St. Martin's this year. Skipped up the middle and a base hit. And aboard Gavin Brubaker to start the 7th. First hit since the 5th for Northwest Nazarene. So here comes Caleb Karpstein for NNU. Karpstein in foul territory and out of play. Down the third base line. The count 0-1 to Karpstein with Brubaker at first. Throw. Check on Brubaker. So again, the 0-1 to Karpstein. No throw forthcoming. For Luke Fulkerson on the year, 2 appearances where he lasted 4 innings. One coming against Central Washington. Runner goes. Skipped up the middle, safe at second, but the throw to first in time. Put out Karpstein. So Karpstein advances Brubaker. Officially goes into the books. Stolen base. Fulkerson to deliver. Dished in for a strike. And St. Martin's playing at Ridgefield. They're playing on Saturday back in Lacey. But with the field conditions of playing on turf here in Ridgefield, St. Martin's making the trip along with NNU. Only half an hour away. Throw to second. Brubaker had it read immediately. So count 1-1. Or Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga watches one at the knees of Kelton Tom. 2-1. Time called. With the haltage in play. And it is a balk. Brubaker heads to third. So Park to third is Brubaker. Arechiga faces a 2-1. Arechiga fell to back. Again, 2 balls, 2 strikes for Adrian Arechiga. The 2-2. Up the middle, past Fulkerson, throw to first, in time for the out. Initiated by Gibson. 2 down in the 7th. Here's Chris Enriquez. Enriquez quickly played by Gibson for the out, courtesy in the part of Nickel. That closes out top half of the 7th. We stretch here in Ridgefield. Northwest Nazarene with a 5-0 lead on St. Martin's. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Alex Hartnett takes first pitch strike from Cole Kalman. As we start the 7th, Hartnett swing and a miss. Part of 4th inning. Able to record the first hit for St. Martin's on the ground. Quick short throw from Carter Walsh for the out. So Hartnett retired. Here comes Evan Nickel. After Hartnett recorded base hit, quickly followed with Nickel getting aboard. The windup. Nickel takes a strike. One ball and 1 strike to Evan Nickel for SMU. Popped up. Playable for Walsh. Settles under it and makes the catch. Here's Kyle Shabbat. Third appearance at the plate. 0 for 2 up to this point. Shabbat takes strike 1. Northwest Nazarene scored in the first 4 innings today. 2 runs acquired in the third. Highlight up to this point, a home run from Jason Bell for NNU. Check swing. 2 balls and 1 strike. To Kyle Shabbat. The 2-1. Shabbat chased after it for the strike. Count 2-2. Cole Calnan watches one sail from him. And the full count. Here's the payoff. And a swing and a miss. Shabbat down on strikes. That will retire the side. And that puts, with the score, Northwest Nazarene 5. St. Martin's no score. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. We start the 8th inning. Northwest Nazarene with a 5-0 lead. Here is Carson Burns leading off the 8th stanza here in Ridgefield. First offering from Luke Fulkerson goes for a ball. For Burns, 1 for 3 today. And he takes ball 2 from Luke Fulkerson, who took over in the 4th. In the dirt, 3-0 the count. For Fulkerson, yet to relinquish a run. This skips in the dirt. And a walk for Carson Burns. And the Phoenix native Casey Wayne awaits a mound visit. We'll take a break. Be back right after this on the Saints Digital Network. After the mound visit, we're back ready for play with Carson Burns after the walk. First pitch for Casey Wayne is a strike from Luke Fulkerson. Here is the 0-1 that sails away from Wayne. 1 ball and 1 strike. One in the dirt, trapped by Kelton Tom. 2 balls and 1 strike. With game number 3, seeing Northwest Nazarene with 5-0 lead. Muscled fouled. 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Delivery on the way. Runner goes. Safely into second, Carson Burns. And what goes down as a strikeout in the end. On Wayne. First pitch for Jason Bell for a ball. The 1-0. At the feet of Jason Bell. 2 balls and no strikes. For Bell today, 1 hit, 1 RBI today. 2-0 delivery outside for ball 3. Three 0 to Jason Bell. And a walk. So Bell heads to first with Carson Burns already at second. And a pitching change. We'll be back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back here at Ridgefield. New pitcher for St. Martin's. Velez. Velez on the season for St. Martin's. Seeing action for the Saints. What is his 8th appearance of the season? With Velez warming up. Northwest Nazarene with 5-0 lead. Would be an 8-game winning streak for NNU. As Velez continues to warm up, Northwest Nazarene, their offensive production began in the first. They have scored runs in the first 4 innings, 4 zeros across the board from the 5th inning on, and that brings us here to the 8th. Here is Carter Walsh. First batter faced by Rage Velez. Throw to second, and the throw gets away. Coming in to score is Carson Burns for Northwest Nazarene, and it's a 6-0 game. So the error from Velez brings in Burns. First pitch fouled on the part of Carter Walsh. Count 0-1. The 0-1 to Carter Walsh. Outside of the zone in the bottom corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Trapped at by Kelton Tom. 2-1. Velez sets up to deal. In the air, shallow right center. This will fall for a base hit. And scoring for Northwest Nazarene, Jason Bell. RBI single. Counted for by Carter Walsh. And Northwest Nazarene leads it 7-0. Top of the order. Here's Nin Burns the second. With Walsh on first. Strike 1 taken. Here is the 0-1. Pitch sailed on Velez. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1 offering, and they got him. Walsh stepped off the bag. With Walsh, with hopes to lurk. The end result, the second out of the 8th. First pitch strike. After the second out, to Burns, 1-2. In Burns the second, muscled, 1 fouled. Down the first base line. Count remains 1-2. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Oh, a strikeout for Rage Velez. Northwest Nazarene brings 2 runs to the plate. They lead 7-0 as we head to the bottom of the 8th on the Saints Digital Network. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Few substitution changes. Carter Walsh moved from second out to center. Jake Mestis will replace him. Casey Wayne replaced by Adrian Arachiga. In left, first pitch strike dealt to Kelton Tom. Count 1-1. Cole Calnan pitching a gem up to this point, with 6 strikeouts so far today. Looking for another. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Off 87 pitches. The 88th, not crazy. Count does run full. The payoff to the catcher, Kelton Tom. The 7th strikeout of the day for Kelnan. So pinch hitting for St. Martin's Isaac Hogue. Pitch outside from Calnan. Only allowed 2 hits. Driven out of play down the third baseline. On the part of Isaac Hogue. And pitch in tight. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hogue 2-2. 7-0 lead for Northwest Nazarene. Popped up out of play from Hogue. Two balls and two strikes to Hogue. Another foul. Seventh pitch of the at-bat on the way for Isaac Hogue. Check swing. Peel a third. They got him. Another strikeout for Cole Calnan. He has 8 today. Pinch hitting for St. Martin's. Zen Stasko. First pitch to Stasko is a strike from Calnan. Cole Calnan swinging strike from Stasko. Here is the 0-2. Ball one. One and two to Zen Stasko. And Cole Calnan has struck out the side. That closes out the 8th. We head to the 9th for the score. Northwest Nazarene 7, St. Martin's no score on the Saints Digital Network. We start top half of the 9th. Gavin Brubaker, Northwest Nazarene, took a first pitch strike from Rage Velez. On this now Monday afternoon, game number 4. 4-game series will begin 30 minutes after the conclusion. Game 3, muscled deep into right, but fouled into the soccer field. Game taking place here from Ridgefield Outdoor Recreation Complex. delivery upstairs on Brubaker. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dealt by Velez for a ball, and the count runs full on Brubaker. Here's the payoff. Fouled back. Northwest Nazarene team looking for their 8th win in a row. Muscled shallow to right, the catch made by Evan Nickel. 1 down in the top half of the 9th. Here's Caleb Karpstein for NNU. For the Nighthawks, after today, this seeps through past the outstretched Jake Mestis, and aboard with a base hit is Caleb Karpstein for Northwest Nazarene. Pinch hitting for NNU, Noah Palomares. Noah Palomares pinch hitting for Northwest Nazarene with 1 gone. Top half of the 9th. First pitch on the left end of the strike zone. Palomares. Here is the 0-1. Throw to first. Safely there was Karpstein. The 0-1. Wind up from Rage Velez upstairs for ball 2. Rain beginning to fall, and we have practically stayed away from precipitation throughout the course of today. Velez, ball 3. So the rain beginning to fall here in Ridgefield, where weather impacted the series this weekend. Originally was scheduled for Friday and Saturday. That was not the case. And a strike. Palomares certainly had intentions of a walk. None forthcoming up to this stage, 3-1. The 3-1. Throw to first. Skipped and trapped by Nickel. Northwest Nazarene, after St. Martin's, will take on Western Oregon. Team with record of 2-8 in the conference. Runner goes. Safe trot for Caleb Karpstein into second. 3 balls. Make it 4 and a walk for Palomares. Here is Chris Enriquez For Northwest Nazarene, the only home run today, courtesy of Jason Bell for the Nighthawks. Part of 10 hits today for NNU. Enriquez watches ball one. For Enriquez today, strike one taken to Enriquez. Did bring in a run for Northwest Nazarene. Also had a walk today. 1-1 to Enriquez. Strike two. Slight drizzle taking place. With the count 1-2. 1-2 pitch to Enriquez. Grounder played by Nickel for out number 2. Runners advance to third and second for Northwest Nazarene, with Karpstein at third and Palomares at second. So here's Carson Burns. Did score a run today. First pitch outside for ball one. So a pair of runners in scoring position for Northwest Nazarene, up 7-0. Velez winds up and deals, trapped by Tom. Count 2-0. 2-0 to Carson Burns. And it hit him. And the bases for the first time today are loaded. So Jake Mestis with an opportunity for Northwest Nazarene with the bases loaded with 2 outs. What is the second hit by pitch from St. Martin's pitchers today? Isaiah Mayfield Prieto with the start, 3 runs, 6 hits, 5 runs allowed, all of them earned. Count 1-0 to Jake Mestis. Dealt by Velez, and it hit him, and a bases loaded hit by pitch. And a run scores to give Northwest Nazarene an 8-0 lead. Here is Jason Bell, bases still loaded for NNU. And a mound visit after back-to-back hit by pitches. 10 runs accounted for Northwest Nazarene today. Also catered by 3 errors. St. Martin's, as far as base runners are concerned, only 2 came in the 4th. Back-to-back hits from Alex Hartnett and Evan Nickel. And that's been all today. As far as production offensively, for St. Martin's, Cole Calnan has dished a gem for NNU. 2 outs, bases loaded. First pitch outside for ball 1. Velez on the windup. Another hit by pitch. That will do it for Rage Velez. 9-0. NNU back after this on the Saints Digital Network. New pitcher for St. Martin's, Riley Smalling on the mound for SMU. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Top half of the 9th. Here is Carter Walsh. Count 1-0. Takes a strike. So Riley Smalling seeing action here in the 9th. Hoping to record the final out for St. Martin's in the top half of the 9th inning. For Rage Velez, allowed 3 runs on 2 hits. Inside from Smalling. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. Smalling delivers hard on the ground. The put out at third by Carson Burns brings the top half of the 9th to an end. St. Martin's to man up next, down 9 runs. start the bottom half of the ninth. What a day for Cole Calnan. Only base runners he allowed were back-to-back base hits in the fourth. Miyazaki on the ground, quickly taken and thrown on the play by Brubaker, and there's the out. First of the inning for Rylan Miyazaki. Here's Peter Hollabaugh for St. Martin's. First pitch to Hollabaugh, in for a strike. .80-mile-an-hour slider. Count 0-1. Hollabaugh in the air, deep to center. That ball is off the wall. Hollabaugh chugging for second. And the third base hit of the day accounts for a double. So Peter Hollabaugh with the base hit. Here's Hunter Sasaki for St. Martin's. Only the third base runner for St. Martin's today. Off 3 hits. First pitch to Sasaki is in for a strike. For Hollabaugh, hits in back-to-back games. Popped up in the air by Sasaki. There to make the catch for Northwest Nazarene. Zarachiga. And St. Martin's down to their last out. Alex Hartnett. Cole Calnan on the verge. Complete game. Hartnett looking to end the shutout bid. First pitch is a strike. The 0-1. Outside. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Hartnett was the first base runner for St. Martin's, that coming in the 4th. Muscled in play for a base hit. Hollabaugh comes into the plate. He is safe. And St. Martin's on the scoreboard. It's 9-1. Alex Hartnett with an RBI single. First offering in for a strike for Evan Nickel. Again, 2 outs. Count 0-1 to Evan Nickel. Foul out of play. And St. Martin's down to their final strike. The 0-2 to Evan Nickel. Trapped by Jason Bell. Battery has put on a show today for Northwest Nazarene. 1-2 to Evan Nickel. Slider got away from Calnan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 to Nickel. Muscled on the ground, it seeps through. Evan Nichols, second hit of the game. Runners at second and first. Still with 2 out. So, Nickel, second time we've seen back-to-back base hits from the combination of Hartnett and Nickel. First pitch to Kyle Shabbat for a strike. The 0-1. Another strike dealt by Calnan. The 0-2 upcoming. Outside. 1-2. Calnan on the windup. Check swing. 2-2. The 2-2. Outside for Shabbat. Count runs full. Calnan deals. Load him up. Kyle Shabbat trots in with the bases loaded. For Cole Calnan this season, he is accounted for 1 9-inning game this season. Coming on the 15th against Cal State University Pueblo. What was 8-1 win. Looking for a second one this season with Northwest Nazarene in front 9-1. Here is Kelton Tom for St. Martin's. Calnan delivers inside, ball 1. With the bases loaded for St. Martin's. Hammered to left and fouled. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the count 1-1. The base is loaded for Kelton Tom. Pitch drifted away from Tom. 2 balls and 1 strike. Calnan delivers, fouled back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The set from Calnan. Got him. Kelton Tom down on strikes. The 9th strikeout for Cole Calnan in a 9-inning complete game. His second of the season for Northwest Nazarene. They upend St. Martin's by the count of 9-1. Off 10 hits. And for Northwest Nazarene, 3 errors on the part of St. Martin's with 5 hits, 3 of them in the 9th. 1 run scored. That coming late in the contest, ending you with the victory. We'll head into game number 4 on an 8-game win streak. We'll be back About 30 minutes time with game number 2 here on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back here to Ridgefield, where St. Martin's begins game number 2 of a 2-game doubleheader. Northwest Nazarene claimed game number 1 by the count of 9-1 to up their record on the year to 23-10, 12-3 in GNAC play. Nin Burns, the second, leads off, and he hits one deep in the air to left, and this one is gone. A first pitch home run for Nin Burns, the second, and Northwest Nazarene leads it 1-0. It did not take long. Nin Burns, the second, shells one deep to left, and NNU leads it 1-0. Here is Gavin Brubaker. Counted for 3 hits and a bunt ladled by Brubaker, and sprinting safe is Brubaker. Two pitches, 2 hits for Northwest Nazarene. Here is Caleb Karpstein. Delivery trapped in the dirt for ball 1. Bryson Nakamoto, starting pitcher today. Pickoff attempted first. Safe is Brubaker. Quite a way to get into the game. Chopper runner goes. So throw by Nakamoto in time for the out of Karpstein. Brubaker advances to second. Here's Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga takes strike 1. First one thrown today from Nakamoto. Here is the 0-1 to Adrian Arachiga. Muscled. Miyazaki with the throw. Safe at first is Arachiga. To third goes Brubaker. And a base hit. Goes into the books as an error, though. So runners on the corners with 1 out. Chris Enriquez throw to first. Arachigas safe. Here is Enriquez to see the first offering on the part of Bryson Nakamoto. And that's in for a ball. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. And to second goes Arachiga. So Brubaker on third. Arachiga in at second. Count 1-1 for Chris Enriquez. Hoppus against the grain, foul by Enriquez. ball and 2 strikes for Enriquez. Enriquez pursued. 2 balls and 2 strikes after checking a swing. So 2-2 to Enriquez. Did not record a hit in the game this morning, and the count runs full for Bryson Nakamoto. Nakamoto delivers upstairs in a walk, and the bases are loaded. So the base is loaded. Here's Cole Kalman. Pitched a complete game in Game 3. 9-1 victory for Northwest Nazarene. This gets away. Coming home to score is Brubaker. And Northwest Nazarene leads it 2-0. So the wild pitch brings in Brubaker to score. And a 2-0 lead. So advancing to third was Arechiga. First pitch to Kalman after the run scored by Northwest Nazarene makes it 2-0. And briskly count 3-0. And a walk. And the bases are loaded again. So here's Liam Herrera, first action today. And we have a mound visit. Back after this. Welcome back. 2-0 lead for Northwest Nazarene. With 1 out, bases loaded. First pitch dealt to Liam Herrera. In for ball 1. Again, first pitch of the game. Nin burns the second with a home run cranked deep into left. In the air to center. Shallow, and this will fall. Scoring for Northwest Nazarene with ease is Arechiga. Everybody safe. RBI single for Liam Herrera. And the lead is up to 3. So a 3-0 lead for Northwest Nazarene here in the first. First look at Drew Deal today from the batter's box with the count 1-1. Deal watches. Pitch dealt by Nakamoto. 1 ball and 1 strike. A 1-1. In for a strike on Deal. The 1-2. Trapped in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chopper by Deal. Nakamoto settles. Throw to first. Not in time. Another run scores. And it's 4-0 with a run scored by Chris Enriquez. So a 4-0 lead. Bases are still loaded. Kalman at third. Herrera at second. In Deal at first. First pitch. In for a strike. Carter Walsh. Went 2 for 5 earlier this morning for Northwest Nazarene. Here's the 0-1. Rifled in for a strike by Nakamoto. So 2 to Carter Walsh. Walsh spots it. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. To the native of Boise, not too far away from Nampa. Straight up the middle. Played alertly by Staskow. Throw to first in time for a double play. I'll retire the side. 4 runs scored, 4 hits and an error for Northwest Nazarene. They lead St. Martin's. They're yet to bat. We'll see them right after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. As we start the bottom of the first. Isaac Hogue sets into the batter's box. Only had 1 at bat in game number 3 of series Northwest Nazarene. Hogue fouls back the first pitch he sees, and it heads straight into the soccer goal on the other end of the field. It went into the goal. Isaac Hogue able to score with the soccer goal outside of your vision. The count 1-1 though. Pitcher for Northwest Nazarene, Josh Bishop. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Cranked out of play by Hogue. This shot does not go anywhere near the soccer goal. More importantly, the count 2-2. St. Martin's did not see a base runner until the 4th inning, thanks to Cole Kalman having an impressive showing. Hogue deep in the air to right. This will stay, and the catch made by Nin Burns, who burned the Saints on the first pitch he saw today. Hunter Sasaki bats second for St. Martin's. First pitch, strike dealt. Here's the 0-1. Sasaki outside. Count even, 1-1 for Hunter Sasaki. Still looking for a hit today. Sasaki looking for a hit, instead flies to Nin Burns again. Peter Hollabaugh for St. Martin's did have a hit today. He cranks one out of play. Count 0-1 for Peter Hollabaugh. Hollabaugh had a hit in the 9th inning in game number 3. Hollabaugh drills one up the middle. This will descend for a base hit. Hollabaugh is aboard at first. Sizzling one up the middle. Here is Alex Hartnett. With 2 outs, Hartnett fouls it back. Here's the 0-1 to Hartnett. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Pitch that forced Deal off balance. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1. Check swing. 3 balls and 1 strike to Alex Hartnett. Three and 1 to Hartnett. Bishop on the windup. Hartnett takes strike two. And the count runs full for Alex Hartnett. Hartnett, base hits in the fourth and the ninth this morning. Hartnett sizzled one fouled. Northwest Nazarene, 4 runs on 4 hits in the top half of the first. Hartnett on the ground, quickly snared. Throw by Brubaker to Karpstein for the out. Now retire the side. No runs off 1 hit, courtesy of Peter Hullabaugh. It is Northwest Nazarene with a 4-0 lead. Back after this on the Northwest on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. Northwest Nazarene batted through their order. So Nin Burns the second, who hit a home run on the first pitch he saw. First pitch of the game even for Northwest Nazarene. As we do have a stoppage in play. And check with the gear for Cole Yonamine. But we're ready for play. First pitch in for a strike on Nin Burns the second. Nakamoto wastes no time. Second offering. Swinging strike. Count 0-2. The 0-2. Fouled in. Fouled out of play. Count remains 0-2. Outside, 1-2. To Nin Burns the second. Second home run accounted for today for Northwest Nazarene. First, courtesy, deep shot provided by Jason Bell in game number 3 of the series. So 2 home runs today. Count runs full for Nin Burns the second. And in Burns the second, fouls one down the third base line. Eighth pitch of the at-bat on deck. The payoff hits Burns. He'll trot for the hit by pitch. Here is Gavin Brubaker. Brubaker, 4 hits today. What a showing thus far for Brubaker. Throw to check on Burns again. Something we saw in game number 3 thanks to his elite speed. Throw again. Still waiting the first pitch to Gavin Brubaker. Straight up the middle, handcuffer snared by Nakamoto, and the throw there in time for the out on Burns. One down. So here's Caleb Karpstein. This one slashed to deep right center. And Brubaker heads to second. Karpstein with a base hit. The first of the inning for Northwest Nazarene. And in comes Adrian Arechiga. So the book on Arechiga today in game number 1, with Nakamoto with the set. Pitch dealt for a ball. Arechiga did score a run. Did strike out 2 occasions, but also had 2 stolen bases. All in, hard-earned run. Pitch in for a strike for Arechiga. Making the most of his runs on the base paths. Here is the 1-1. Runners go. Slashed. This carries and descends for a base hit. In to score is Brubaker, and Northwest Nazarene leads it 5-0. So the first hit of the day for Arechiga for Northwest Nazarene. And the lead up to 5. Here's Chris Enriquez. Pickoff attempt of Arechiga. So again, Enriquez awaits the offering from Bryson Nakamoto. Swing and a miss. Throw to second, none coming. And Arechiga in its second, with Karpstein parked at third with the stolen base from Arechiga. Make it 3 stolen bases today for Adrian Arechiga. Enriquez takes a ball. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here at Ridgefield, what goes into the books as a St. Martin's home game. Nakamoto trapped in the dirt by Deal. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Northwest Nazarene has outscored St. Martin's in this series with a swinging strike from Enriquez. By the count of 35-2. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Full count. So the payoff to Enriquez from Nakamoto. Got away from him. And the bases are loaded, which sets up the stage for Cole Calnan. So, third walk up to this stage. Nakamoto's deals into the dirt on Calnan. Count 1-0. Nakamoto fires for a strike. Again, bases loaded for Cole Calnan. Nakamoto skipped by Calnan in the air. What a lunging throw on the effort from Miyazaki. Throw to third in time for the out. And it is a double play. So a 6-3-5 double play. And that closes out the inning. Northwest Nazarene, thanks to 4 runs, 1 run off 2 hits, lead it 5-0. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. We start the bottom of the second, Evan Nickel. Recorded 2 hits in Game 3. Nickel cranks one. That will drop for a base hit. A 3rd hit on the day for Evan Nickel. The start St. Martin's needed, with Nickel recording the 2nd hit of the day of the game for the Saints. So here is Cole Yonamine. The catcher yet to see action today. Yonamine takes ball 1. So the story for Josh Bishop. Swinging strike from Yonamine. But for Bishop, his success well documented for Northwest Nazarene this year. Yonamine with the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Here is the 2-1. Yonamine takes strike 2. So for Bishop on the season, a record of 2-1, 9th appearance of the year. His first start of the season, Yonamine quickly to second, throw to first is in time, and a double play. So Nickel out at second, Yonamine at first, and the base paths empty for Colin Bell. So here's Bell on the first pitch, swinging strike. For Bell, 3rd plate appearance today for St. Martin's, and Bell registers a strike. Quickly down 0-2. The 0-2 sailed away from Bishop. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Colin Bell fouls one back. Now remains 1-2. One and two to Bell. Bishop delivers at the feet. Bell and the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2. Bell muscled one that skipped on Herrera, and aboard is Bell. So Colin Bell aboard for St. Martin's. Next up to bat for St. Martin's and Stasko. And he springs one through down the first baseline. Stasko looking for second, and he is safe. So Stasko with a much-needed base hit to advance Colin Bell to third. Here is Rylan Miyazaki. with a pair of runners in scoring position for the Saints. First pitch upstairs to Miyazaki. One 0. Swing and a miss from Miyazaki. So the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 skipped by Miyazaki. Trapped and snared. The throw by Herrera retires the side. 2 left stranded. We head to the third with Northwest Nazarene up 5-0. Liam Herrera. Up to bat for Northwest Nazarene in the top half of the third. Northwest Nazarene, after 4 runs in the first, 1 in the second, have a 5-0 lead. First pitch strike to Herrera. As we embark on the third inning, pleasure to have you along for the ride here from Ridgefield. Danny Bach taking in game number 4. So here's the pitch to Herrera, deep in the air to left center. This will fall for a base hit. Herrera is aboard for Northwest Nazarene. In what is 5-0 game. And Drew Deal shelves one that's airborne and caught. Hunter Sasaki records the out for St. Martin's. Here is Carter Walsh. First pitch to Walsh. Outside for ball 1. Walsh in the air to right. near the wall. It is caught! What a catch by Hunter Sasaki. Throw to first will impede Herrera still at first, but what a catch in the outfield by Hunter Sasaki. A thing, a beauty. So Sasaki making the catch, and right. A busy third inning for Sasaki. First pitch to Nin Burns. Third at bat of the game in the third inning. And Burns takes the ball. 1-0 to Nin Burns. And he did go. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nin Burns the second. Pickoff attempt of the lurking Herrera. The pitch to Burns. He takes a ball. Beg your pardon, the count 3 balls and 1 strike to Nin Burns the second. Dodging one and a walk. So Nin Burns has gotten on the third different fashion. First a home run, then a hit by pitch, and now a walk. And head coach Joey Swanson bids the end of the day for Bryson Nakamoto. Welcome back. Score being 6-0. So we have confirmation by our statisticians crew. Caleb Karpstein, bottom of the second, did score for Northwest Nazarene. The lead up to 6 for NNU. New pitcher for St. Martin's. All this with 2 outs. Look at storyline for Bryson Nakamoto. 2.2 innings pitched, allowing 7 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, 4 walks for Bryson Nakamoto. But a 6-0 lead for Northwest Nazarene. Gavin Brubaker steps in the batter's box. facing Luke Petrie. First offering from Petrie sails for ball one. With runners on second and first in Herrera and Burns. Petrie's second offering fended away by Brubaker. 1-1. So we are in the third inning of this contest. Rifled towards Brubaker, the count 2-1. So here is the 2-1 pitch. Dodged on by Brubaker. And the count 3-1 to Gavin Brubaker. 4 hits today for Northwest Nazarene. Check swing. Walked him. And the bases are loaded. Caleb Karpstein, who was accounted for 2 runs off 2 at-bats for NNU. Karpstein takes a strike from Luke Petrie. Again, bases loaded. The 0-1. Outside from Petrie. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. And this pitch heads for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike for Caleb Karpstein. Once again, bases are loaded. Karpstein muscles one into deep left center. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. Coming around to score is Brubaker. And a bases clearing double for Caleb Karpstein. And the lead extended to 9. So a 9-0 lead for Northwest Nazarene. Here is Adrian Irichiga. First pitch strike from Irichiga, dealt by Petrie. Irichiga takes a swing. Count 0-2. The 0-2. And the first strikeout of the day comes by way of Luke Petrie, and that retires the side. Northwest Nazarene does score 3 runs in the third. They lead 9-0. Back in a moment here on the Saints Digital Network. We start the bottom of the third here at Ridgefield. Temporary home for the St. Martin Saints today, and it begins with a cranked shot deep into deep left center. Goodbye, home run! No. It went underneath the fence? The ball disappeared on me. I apologize. A disappearing act with an ad out in center. So a base hit. So Rylan Miyazaki with a base hit. Beg your pardon. Isaac Hogue going deep. And a mountain visit. Back in a moment. Welcome back. Isaac Hogue with the double. And Hunter Sasaki. Next, see a pitch from the arm of Adam Brooks. For Josh Bishop. Able to make it through 2 innings. Allowing 5 hits for St. Martin's. No runs allowed. But for St. Martin's, they're looking for some offensive momentum, courtesy of Hunter Sasaki. 6 appearances at the plate today for the native from Mililani, Hawaii. Sasaki takes ball 1. Count 1-0. Sasaki fouled it back. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Base paths occupied with Isaac Hogue at second. Still nobody out. Outside again on Sasaki from Brooks. 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike to Sasaki again outside. 3-1. See what the senior can do here for St. Martin's. The 3-1. Swing and a miss from Sasaki, and the count runs full. The payoff to Sasaki. A strikeout. The first of the day for Northwest Nazarene. So Brooks with the strikeout. Here is Peter Hullabaugh. First offering to Hullabaugh from Brooks. Leads to ball 1. Again, Hogue is in at second for Northwest Nazarene. Straight up the middle. This will descend for a base hit. Hogue will trek to third. And a base hit for Peter Hullabaugh. Here's Alex Hartnett. So Hullabaugh, third hit of the day. Alex Hartnett. Also with 2 hits today. That came in game number 3. Putting an end to the perfect game bid from Cole Calnunn. Brooks to deliver. Fanned on by Hartnett. Count even, a 1 ball and 1 strike. With Hogue at third. Hullabaugh at first. The 1-1 hit him. Bases loaded for St. Martin's. Here is Evan Nickel with the bases loaded. Opportunity knocks for St. Martin's. They're loaded up with 1 out in the bottom half of the third. First pitch strike dealt by Brooks. The 0-1. Snared quickly by Drew Deal. 1-1. 1-1 offering to Deal. Slashed, and this trapped. Throw to third in time for 1 out. Scoring is Hogue. St. Martin's on the scoreboard. It's 9-1. So here is Cole Yanamine in a 9-1 game. On the ground, throw to second. In time to punch out Nickel, and that's the way third inning comes to a close. 9-1 lead for Northwest Nazarene. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. We start the top half of the fourth. 9-1 lead for Northwest Nazarene. Here is Chris Enriquez. First pitch dealt for a strike. Northwest Nazarene has found the scoring touch this week. Team that won the regular season title last year. Better yet, for their case, they won the GNAC Championship. Result of 2 titles in 4 seasons for NNU. Joe Schaefer has done a magnificent job with the program. Count 3-0 on Enriquez. 3 balls and 1 strike. The pitch to Enriquez fouled back. For Enriquez today for Northwest Nazarene, he has been able to make an impact. Grounder quickly played by Nickel for the out at first. So here is Cole Calnan. For Calnan today, 3rd appearance at the plate. And he sizzles a base hit. Calnan aboard at first. First hit of the day for Calnan, which brings on Liam Herrera. So here is Herrera for Northwest Nazarene, facing Adam Brooks for the first time today. One to 0. Throw to pick off Kelman. Still 1 0. 1-0 offering to Colt Kelman. Runner goes. Mishandled. The effort from Ionamine. And a stolen base. To second goes Kelman. Lone runner on the base path for Northwest Nazarene with 1 out. This delivery heads in for a strike. Here's the 2-1. Cranked deep to center. There to make the catch is Colin Bell. Calnan trots to third. 2 outs for NNU, and then top half of the fourth. So Herrera flies out to center. And here is the catcher for NNU, Andrew Deal. First pitch to the NNU catcher is a strike down the middle. Pitch by Petrie. Brings the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike to Drew Deal. Two and 1 to Deal. In the air to center, there to make the catch, Colin Bell. Now we'll retire the side. No runs scored off 1 hit in the top half of the fourth. Northwest Nazarene with a 9-1 lead. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Start at the bottom of the fourth. New pitcher for Northwest Nazarene, that's Wade Duncan. Colin Bell leads off to start bottom half of the fourth here at Ridgefield. First pitch dealt low for ball one. Colin Bell. Northwest Nazarene in game one. A complete game, one-run showing. Straight up the middle for a base hit from Colin Bell. And the first batter with Colin Bell. First hit for the Saints. They have 7 in the game today. Here is Nstasco for SMU. With Bell on first. Fouled back by Stasco. One and one to Stasco. Two and one. Duncan on the windup. And the 2-1 pitch to Stasco, in for a strike. The count 2-2. Nobody out. Colin Bell at first. Here is Wade Duncan. On the set. In the air to right and caught. Catch made by Nin Burns the second. One down. Bottom half of the fourth for St. Martin's. In a 9-7 game. Here is in for St. Martin's, Michael Grubb. Grubb throw to first. Safely there. So Michael Grubb. Native of Sequim, Washington. Grubb trapped by Deal on the offering from Duncan. Count even with ones across the board. Fouled back by Grubb. Count 1-2. The windup on the 1-2, chased at by Grubb, and a strikeout. So the first K for Wade Duncan today. Here is Isaac Hogue with a double last time at the plate. Hogue puts one on the ground. Throw to first. Out is Hogue. Now we'll retire the side. Northwest Nazarene with the lead heading into the fifth. Back in a moment on the Saints Digital Network. New pitcher for St. Martin's, Aaron Neese. On the mound for SMU. In a 9-1 game, as was the score the first game today, resulted in a 9-1 win for Northwest Nazarene. Leading up for Northwest Nazarene, Carter Walsh. So the first offering the day from Neese is a strike to Carter Walsh. Count 0-1. Throw sailed on Neese. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Two and one. Pitch upstairs on a Walsh. 3 balls and 1 strike. The 3-1. Muscled, fouled. Count runs full. For Carter Walsh. Aaron Neese looking to settle in here. Top half of the 5th and a walk. Here is Nin Burns the second. So the first pitch to Nin Burns the second. Wild one sends Walsh to second. And the count 1-0. The 1-0. Count 3 balls. And a walk. Here is Gavin Brubaker for Northwest Nazarene. Runners on the corners. Nobody out for NNU. Pickoff attempt. Burns safely there at first. Strike dealt. Burns is able to steal. skipped in the dirt on Brubaker. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So here is the 1-1. 1-2. So the count 1-2 to Brubaker. This will descend for a hit. Coming in to score is Walsh. That makes it 10-1 game. So 10-1 contest with Walsh scoring. And a pitching change. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. New pitcher for the Saints in Aiden Kelly. With Northwest Nazarene out in front 10-1. And what is Northwest Nazarene? Third time this series into double figures. With Nin Burns at third. And Gavin Brubaker over at second. Count 1-2 for Caleb Karpstein. Outside for ball 1. Beg your pardon. Karpstein 2 for 3 in this game. On the 1-0. In for a strike. To even up the count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Here in the top half of the 5th. Here in Ridgefield. 1-1. Fouled out of play by Karpstein. With Northwest Nazarene up 10-1. The 1-2. Fouled again. So here's Aiden Kelly. Nobody out. Runners third and second. This is fouled by Karpstein. So, once again, count 1 and 2 for Karpstein. Runners on third and second for Northwest Nazarene. Dribbled in the dirt. 2 and 2. Two balls, two strikes. Slashed and caught. Catch made for St. Martin's by Zen Stasko. Next up for Northwest Nazarene, Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga today did record a pair of singles. First and second innings for the Nighthawks of Northwest Nazarene. Offering to Arachiga in for a strike. Count even at 1 and 1. Here's 1 and 1 from Kelly. Caught alertly by Onamine. 2 and 1. Runners on third and second for NNU. Kelly on the windup, able to muster piece of it, and to score is Nin Burns the second, and it's 11 to 1. Northwest Nazarene able to extend their lead. Here is Chris Enriquez for Northwest Nazarene. Two-one pitch, swing and a miss from Enriquez. And the count 0-1 with runners on the corners for NNU. The 0-1 upstairs. Out even. One and one to Enriquez. Outside, 2 and 1. The 2-1 pitch to Enriquez from Kelly. In the dirt, 3 and 1. Three balls and one strike to Enriquez. The 3-1 from Kelly. And a walk. And the bases are loaded. So here's Cole Kelman for Northwest Nazarene. Opportunity knocking with the bases loaded. Kelly hoping to get out of the jam. And Kelman, first pitch is a swinging strike. Cole Kelman has had a busy day. 9-inning effort. Game 3 of the series. Here's the 0-1. Kelman takes a swipe. 0-2. 0-2 to Cole Kalman. Upstairs. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Kalman to right. And the catch is made in right field by Sasaki. And to score is Brubaker. And the lead is 12-1. So Kalman flies out to right. Here is Liam Herrera for Northwest Nazarene. With 2 outs here in the top half of the 5th. First pitch in for a strike to Herrera. The 0-1. Herrera gets it through, and another run will score. And the person, Erichiga. And it's a 13-1 lead for Northwest Nazarene off the base hit from Liam Herrera. Here's Drew Deal. In the dirt from Kelly. The count 0-1. To Drew Deal. 1 of 3 so far today. Runners on second and first for Northwest Nazarene with 2 out. The 1-1. Strike 2 taken. So a 1-2 count for Drew Deal. The 1-2. Got him looking. Northwest Nazarene. Everyone seeing a plate appearance. They lead 13-1. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. We start the bottom of the fifth. Here, Ridgefield programming note with facilities here in Ridgefield to be occupied at 3 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock Mountain. For those of you in Nampa, this game will be continued. This is absolutely clobbered into left and gone. It went off the wall. That's the second time today. This is unprecedented. The walls here at Ridgefield are not my friend. Sasaki hit that one well for a double. So here's Peter Alaba. First pitch. Now, second pitch brings the count to 1-1. Count 2-1. Trapped and snared. Count 3-1 to Peter Hollabaugh. The 3-1 with Sasaki on second. And a walk. Hollabaugh is aboard. So runners on second and first. Here's Alex Hartnett. The first pitch to Hartnett. Outside for ball one. Hartnett recorded 2 hits in game 3. For St. Martin's. This fouled back. So the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike for Alex Hartnett. Here is the 1-1. Fanned on by Hartnett, 1-2. Runners on second and first for St. Martin's. With nobody out. Swing checked by Hartnett to even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 in the air to center and well hit. This one goes off the wall. And everyone aboard. So the base is loaded for St. Martin's with nobody out. Off the base hit to deep center from Alex Hartnett. Here is Evan Nickel. So here is Nickel facing Wade Duncan. Muscled to center, caught. Center by Walsh, throw home, not in time, and scoring is Hunter Sasaki. And St. Martin's makes it 13-2. So here's Cole Yamamine for the Saints. Fouled back. Count 0-1. Here is the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Part of Yanamine. Quickly down 0-2. Runners on second and first for St. Martin's. On the ground, stays in play. Throw to third in time for the double play. So the double play brings the fifth inning to an end, with Northwest Nazarene up 13-2. As we carry on, we'll be back for the rest of the action today in a moment. We start the top half of the sixth. So here is Carter Walsh. 13-2 lead. First pitch. Inside. On a Walsh from Aiden Kelly. Second offering. Ball 2. 2-0 to Walsh. Swinging strike, 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 popped up and out of play. Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes for Carter Walsh. 2-2, full count. The payoff from Kelly. Fouled in front of the St. Martin's dugout. The payoff on the ground. Played by Hollabaugh. Throw to first. Not in time. Safe is Walsh. So here is Nin Burns the second. So Nin Burns the second, who cranked a home run into right on the first pitch of the game. Fans, the first pitch he sees from Aiden Kelly. The 0-1. Burns in the air to center. Back near the wall. This goes off the wall. Racing around to score for Northwest Nazarene, Carter Walsh. And the lead is extended to 14-2. Here is Gavin Brubaker. So Burns with a home run, hit by pitch, a walk, two of them, and a triple. And this game in the sixth inning, and pinch running for Nin Burns the second is Noah Palomares. So here's Gavin Brubaker. First pitch from Kelly to Brubaker is a strike. The 0-1. Strike two. Nobody out. With Palomares at third. Trapped and covered by Onamine. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the 1-2. Powered foul. Count remains 1-2. Into shallow right. This heads for a base hit. Palomares comes in to score. And it's a 15-2 lead for Northwest Nazarene. Here's Caleb Karstein. Karpstein takes ball one. St. Martin still looking for their first out of top half of the sixth. Outside, 2-0. To Karpstein. Fouled back. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Skipped one. Throw to second and to first. Not in time. 1 out. Here in the bottom half of the sixth. So here's Adrian Arachiga. Arachiga up the middle. And a base hit. Karpstein round to third. Runners on the corners for Northwest Nazarene. So Arachiga with the hit. Archiga's gone 4 of 5 in this game alone. And haltage in play. New pitcher on the way for St. Martin's. We'll return you here on the Saints Digital Network in a moment. We continue on here at Ridgefield. New pitcher for St. Martin's, Cade Gibson. With 1 out, runners on the corners for Northwest Nazarene. This towered and fouled. Chris Enriquez. Count 0-1. Enriquez takes ball 1. So here's the 1-1. In the dirt on Enriquez. 2 balls and 1 strike. Enriquez in foul territory and fouled. 2-2. Northwest Nazarene, as they look to continue being atop GNAC standings. Up the middle on Enriquez. Throw to first in time for the out and a double play. That closes out the 6th inning with the score. Northwest Nazarene 15, St. Martin's 2. New pitcher for Northwest Nazarene as we start the bottom half of the 6th. Joseph Eiley for NNU. For Wade Duncan, 2 innings, 3 hits allowed, 1 run. That one earned with 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Northwest Nazarene with a 15-2 lead. And NNU take on Western Oregon starting on Friday. And a fielding substitution. Noah Palomares in and right. First pitch for Cullen Bell. Leads to the count 1-0. Swing and a miss. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. New catcher for Northwest Nazarene and Holt Williams. He's home at Camas, Washington, not too far away from here. Pitch upstairs. On the part of Eiley. So here is the 2-1. Foul down the first baseline. Count 2-2 for Cullen Bell. The 2-2. Fouled behind the backstop. 6th pitch of the at-bat on deck for Joseph Eiley. In the air to center and well hit. Back is Walsh to make the catch for the first out of the bottom half of the 6th. So here is Zen Snasco for St. Martin's. Snasco, roller that heads straight for the out. Brubaker, punch out to Karpstein for the second out. So here's Michael Grubb. With 2 outs, bottom half of the 6th, nobody on for St. Martin's. First pitch is a ball. Swing and a miss. Or strike 1, count even at 1-1. The 1-1. Strike 2. So the count 1-2 for the awaiting Michael Grubb. Grubbs. And a strikeout. So the end of 6 innings of play here in Ridgefield with a 15-2 lead for Northwest Nazarene. through 6 innings of play, and the game has been postponed. The rest of this game will take place when the Saints will play Northwest Nazarene on April the 25th, a Friday, out in Nampa. But that will conclude proceedings here today. Northwest Nazarene with the lead on St. Martin's in Game 4 by the count of 15-2. But that is all the action here today from the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreation Complex. Special thank you to the great folks here in Ridgefield to make these 1 6/9 of a game possible. But for all of us here, for St. Martin's Athletics, for Matt Schwarzler, I'm Danny Bach saying so long and take care. Northwest Nazarene wins game number 3 of the 4-game series by the count of 9-1. And in Game 4, through 6 innings of play, Northwest Nazarene with a 15-2